Welcome to Rainy Road Trips. This is a place where every journey is slow, every road is endless, and every raindrop becomes part of the story. Here, you'll step into the driver's seat on quiet nights, drifting along winding roads through misty forests, glowing skylines, and forgotten highways. The rain will tap softly against the windshield. The wipers will sweep in their gentle rhythm, and the world outside will blur into calm reflections of light. Our stories are not about speed or destination. They are about the in-between moments, the sound of tires on wet pavement, the glow of lamps in puddles, the hum of an engine moving steadily through the night. Every video is designed to help you slow down, unwind, and let go of the day. Whether you're here to drift into sleep, to ease your mind, or simply to rest with the sound of rain, these journeys are made for you. Each week, we'll take you somewhere new, through city streets glowing in drizzle, along forest roads under endless clouds, across bridges that disappear into fog, always at night, always in the rain, always calm. All you need to do is listen, watch, and let yourself be carried. Subscribe now and join the road. The rain is waiting.
The night settles over Manhattan like a deep gray blanket, heavy with clouds that weep steady rain onto the restless city below. It isn't a storm, not a downpour, but a soft, constant curtain of water, falling with quiet determination. Each drop joins the rhythm, pattering against rooftops, tapping on umbrellas, and streaming down glass. The world feels slowed by it, muted by it, as though the rain itself has decided to calm the city's endless motion. You are behind the wheel, hands resting loosely, body relaxed. The car hums gently, a steady vibration beneath you, a faithful companion carrying you into the night. The wipers sweep back and forth across the windshield, carving momentary clarity into the rain-blurred world, then letting it soften again. Back and forth, back and forth. The sound is hypnotic. The motion is steady. The headlights stretch into the drizzle, beams of pale yellow that shimmer against wet asphalt. The pavement shines like a river, its surface alive with reflections. Street lamps glow in long, broken lines. Neon signs shimmer as if melting into water. Every color bleeds into the next. Reds into blues, blues into greens, greens into silver. Times Square emerges ahead, but even here, in the place known for its relentless energy, its flood of lights and noise, the rain has transformed it into something quieter. The billboards still flash, but their edges are blurred, their colors smeared into soft patterns across the road. Pedestrians shuffle beneath umbrellas, their footsteps soften, their voices muffled. Taxis move slowly, their roofs dripping, their reflections sliding like gold streaks across puddles. You drive through without urgency. You are not rushing to arrive anywhere. You are simply drifting, carried along by the rhythm of the city and the rain. Broadway stretches out, glistening beneath the lamps. A theater marquee glows in bright red, its letters mirrored in the sheen of the street. Posters cling to the walls, their images blurred, their colors washed together by mist. A bus rumbles past, windows fogged, its passengers leaning against the glass, half asleep. The city moves, but more slowly tonight. Even the sounds are subdued. Horns that would normally cut sharp are softened by water. Conversations that would usually echo down the street are swallowed by mist. Everything is quieter, calmer, softened. The wipers continue their endless work, back and forth, back and forth. The pattern never changes. The rhythm never fails. It becomes as steady as breathing. You guide the car west toward 8th Avenue. The Hudson waits beyond the buildings, though it is hidden for now, masked by stone and steel. As you move closer, the air changes. It carries a cooler edge, tinged with the scent of water and salt, blending with the metallic freshness of rain. A diner glows on the corner, its neon sign buzzing faintly in the drizzle. Inside, a handful of patrons sit scattered at booths, their faces illuminated by soft lamps. A waitress moves slowly, carrying coffee in steaming cups. One man sits alone at the counter, his shoulders relaxed, his gaze fixed on nothing in particular. You pass gently, leaving them to their quiet night. The road tilts toward the river. The towers give way to open space, and at last the Hudson appears. Wide, dark, restless. Its surface is broken by raindrops, stirred by the wind, lit in patches by lamps that line the piers. The water reflects the city faintly, shimmering like broken glass scattered across its surface. The piers themselves are hushed. Boats rest moored, their hulls dripping, their ropes creaking softly in the damp air. A ferry waits at dock, its windows glowing faintly, its deck empty. Waves slap gently against its side, rocking it into a lull. You drive alongside the river, letting its vastness unfold beside you. The sound of water joins the rain, the steady patter above mingling with the deeper slap below. Together, they weave a lullaby, a song without beginning or end. You glance eastward, back toward the city. The skyline rises like a dream, towers softened by fog, their crowns vanishing into low clouds. Their lights glow faintly, like lanterns blurred in mist. Some windows remain lit, others dark, the patterns scattered like stars across stone and steel. The highway curves north. The lamps along its edge cast wide circles of light, each one doubled in the wet surface of the road. You pass through them in rhythm. Light, shadow, light, shadow, as though moving through an endless procession. Across the water, New Jersey glows faintly. Small towers rise, their red aircraft lights pulsing slowly through haze. Bridges span the river at intervals, their steel bones shimmering with moisture, their lamps hanging like necklaces across the dark expanse. Warehouses appear to your right, looming behind fences, their walls streaked by rain. Some glow faintly within, their windows fogged, their machines quiet. A freight train hums in the distance, its horn long and low, a sound that lingers even after the cars themselves vanish into night. The road rises ahead. Lamps stretch into the fog, drawing a golden line upward. The George Washington Bridge waits, massive, patient, eternal. Its towers climb into mist, their tops hidden. Its cables gleam with water, each one strung with droplets that shimmer in the light. You ascend slowly. The tires hum against wet pavement. The wipers sweep. The rain continues, falling on steel, dripping down beams, striking with hollow notes that echo faintly in the dark. At the crest, the city unfolds behind you. Manhattan lies glowing, blurred, half hidden by fog. Towers rise like dreams, their lights shimmering across the river. Ahead, the road stretches into shadow, the bridge carrying you into open space. The water flows far below, restless and silvered. Raindrops shatter its surface, scattering circles that ripple outward and fade. The river does not hurry. It flows endlessly, calmly, carrying reflections with it into distance. The bridge hums beneath you. Headlights stretch ahead. Taillights glow behind. each blurred by mist. Yet no one rushes. Each car moves steadily, part of the same quiet rhythm. At the center of the span, you pause inwardly. Here the city feels suspended, floating between sky and water, between silence and sound. The bridge becomes a threshold, a passage into something softer. And then you descend, slowly, easily, drawn back toward land. The steel fades behind you. The pavement returns beneath you. The night continues. Harlem rises to your right, its brownstones line neatly along glistening streets. Their steps gleam with rain. Their iron railings shine. Windows glow warmly, curtains drawn, shadows moving faintly inside. The stone itself darkens underwater, taking on richer hues, deepening in tone. A jazz club glows on the corner, its neon sign flickering red against brick. Inside, music drifts faintly, muted by walls and rain. The trumpet carries a long, low note, weaving into the night air like smoke. You glide past slowly, letting the sound linger behind you, fading as the street bends. Churches rise along the way, their spires disappearing into fog. Their doors are shut, their lamps casting small halos across wet steps. They feel timeless, steady presences in the rain, watching over the quiet city. The road edges nearer to Central Park. Trees lean over fences, their branches dripping, their leaves jeweled with droplets. Paths stretch into darkness, lit at intervals by soft lamps. Benches glisten, empty. The park sleeps, yet breathes. The rain softens, even its silence. The car hums beneath you. The wipers sweep. The rain falls, and you continue. The streets narrow again as you drift eastward. The rain has not stopped, but it shifts in intensity, sometimes light, sometimes heavier, like breathing. Each change brings a new texture to the world. The soft hiss of drizzle, the steady patter of a shower, the louder thrum of heavier rain on glass and steel. The wipers adjust their rhythm, sweeping faster, sweeping slower, always steady, always sure. You move along 125th Street, lamps glowing in twin rows, their reflections stretching out across the wide pavement. Shops line the avenue, many shuttered, their awnings dripping, their signs darkened. A few remain open, glowing faintly in the rain. A corner store spills yellow light across the sidewalk, its door propped open, a radio humming softly from within. A barber shop still shines, though empty now, its chairs waiting, its mirrors fogged with mist. The neighborhood hums with a softer energy at night. A bus hisses as it brakes, releasing steam that curls into the rain. A handful of figures cross the street, umbrellas tilting, coats glistening. Their footsteps echo faintly, softened by water. Voices drift low, then vanish. The car hums. The tires slide gently over wet road. The wipers sweep. The rain falls, and you continue. The road bends again, curving south. Harlem gives way to Morningside Heights. Trees rise along the edges of the street, dripping steadily, their leaves swaying with the wind. Old stone buildings stand tall and quiet, their walls darkened by rain, their windows glowing with the faint light of dormitories, offices, quiet studies. Columbia University rests in silence. Its gates glisten, its lawns shimmer faintly beneath lamps. The great library stands still, its dome glowing through mist, rain streaming down its steps. A single figure hurries beneath an umbrella, vanishing into shadow. The city feels timeless here, as though the rain itself has slowed the pace of the world. The hum of traffic fades. The echo of horns is distant. All that remains is the rhythm. The car, the road, the water. You drive on. The avenues lengthen, lined with storefronts glowing faintly. A laundromat spins, its machines whirring gently. A bakery rests closed, its counters cleared, its ovens cooling. A pharmacy glows bright, its aisles empty, its clerk leaning on the counter, half asleep. The world is alive, yet quiet, softened by the steady drizzle. Farther south, the city shifts again. The Upper West Side stretches broad, its brownstones endless, their steps gleaming, their windows glowing. Rows of trees line the streets, their branches heavy with water, their leaves dripping, their shadows stretching into the mist. Parks appear at intervals, small green spaces shining under lamps. Playgrounds rest silent, swings dripping, slides slick with rain. Benches glisten, their wood darkened. The air is rich with the scent of wet earth, of leaves, of grass. You drift along Riverside Drive. The Hudson returns beside you, wide and restless, its surface broken by rain, its currents shimmering with reflected light. Across the river, New Jersey glows faintly, its towers blurred, its lights scattered like distant fireflies. The river itself hums, a voice deeper than the rain, a reminder of endless motion. The wipers sweep, the car hums, the rain falls, and you continue. Broadway opens again, stretching south, lined with shops, cafes, and theaters. Their awnings drip steadily, their windows glow faintly. Some are closed, some remain open. A late-night cafe hums softly, its windows fogged, its tables half filled. Figures lean over steaming cups, their voices hushed. A single musician rests in the corner, guitar on lap, fingers strumming softly. The sound drifts into the night, a melody carried by the rain. Traffic flows more freely here, but still without hurry. Cars drift past, headlights glowing, taillights gleaming red. Each reflection joins the road, shimmering in the water. Pedestrians cross slowly, coats pulled close, umbrellas tilted. Their motion is steady, unhurried, softened by the drizzle. The city feels endless, each block leading into the next, each street flowing into another. The rain unites them all, weaving the separate into one continuous whole. Farther south still, Lincoln Center glows. Its fountains shimmer, though muted by the weather. Its great halls gleam, windows glowing with golden light. Posters hang on wet walls, colors blurred by mist. A handful of patrons leave, their umbrellas rising like blossoms in the rain. They speak softly, their voices disappearing into drizzle. You pass by slowly, letting the glow linger. The music within continues, unseen, unheard. Yet you feel it in the air, part of the city's heartbeat. The streets widen. Columbus Circle emerges, its lights blurred by water, its traffic circling steadily, endlessly. The statue glistens with droplets, lamps casting halos across stone. Beyond, the entrance to Central Park waits, trees leaning over paths, lamps glowing under dripping leaves. The park is dark, but alive with rain. Paths shimmer, benches glisten, lawns reflect. The scent of wet grass rises, mixing with the freshness of rain. The city hums at its edges, but within, the park feels timeless, a stillness carved from the storm. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. The journey bends eastward. Fifth Avenue stretches, its shops glowing with luxury, its windows glittering with displays. Tonight, though, the rain transforms them. Diamonds blur into soft sparkles. Silks shimmer faintly. gold gleams like candlelight. The crowds that usually throng here are absent. Only a few figures drift past, umbrellas tilting, coats glistening, shadows stretching. You move slowly, the lamps guiding you forward, the reflections endless. The avenue feels both vast and close, a tunnel of light and rain. At 59th Street, the Plaza Hotel glows. Its windows shine warmly, its awnings drip steadily. A doorman stands beneath the shelter, coat gleaming, umbrella in hand, eyes distant. A carriage waits nearby, its horse shifting gently, steam rising in the damp air. The wheels glisten, the lamps shimmer. The scene feels timeless, as though untouched by the city's constant motion. You pass on, letting it fade into shadow. The rain deepens again, falling heavier, striking the roof and windshield with louder rhythm. The wipers quicken, sweeping faster, clearing the view, restoring the blurred city. The sound fills the car, steady, endless, hypnotic. Madison Avenue glistens under lamps, its windows glowing with high fashion, its signs blurred by drizzle. Park Avenue stretches broad, lined with towers whose crowns vanish into fog. The lamps glow at intervals, their light scattered by rain. Each block repeats the rhythm, lights and shadows, glow and reflection, rain and silence. The city becomes an endless loop, familiar and new with every turn. You reach Grand Central Terminal. Its great facade glistens, lamps casting halos across stone. The clock gleams faintly, its hands steady, patient. Inside, unseen, trains rest, waiting to carry passengers into dawn. Outside, taxis idle, their roofs dripping, their headlights glowing. A few figures hurry beneath umbrellas, vanishing quickly into the night. You move past, letting the buildings stand behind you, timeless, steady, grounded. The road narrows again. Streets twist and bend, each one gleaming, each one softened by drizzle. The lamps repeat, the reflections shimmer, the rhythm never ends. You are carried forward, gently, endlessly. The road bends southward once more, guiding you deeper into the city's core. The rain steadies again, not heavy now, but soft and fine, like mist drifting down from the low ceiling of clouds. It blurs the outlines of everything, the towers, the lamps, the figures in the street, until the world becomes gentle, dreamlike. You ease the car along Lexington Avenue. The storefronts here glow faintly, most shuttered for the night, their awnings dripping, their windows streaked. A delicatessen remains open, neon letters buzzing in pink and blue. Inside, a worker wipes counters, moving slowly, methodically, while a radio hums softly in the background. Two customers sit near the window, steaming bowls before them, their faces reflected faintly in the glass. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls. Across the street, a small newsstand huddles beneath a canopy. Its stacks of magazines glisten with moisture, their covers curling at the edges. A single bulb glows above, casting a halo in the mist. The vendor leans against the frame, shoulders hunched, coat glistening with droplets. His gaze is distant, following nothing, simply watching the endless rhythm of the rain. You drift onward. The avenues rise and fall gently, carrying you deeper south. The Chrysler Building appears above, its crown glowing faintly, blurred by fog. The rain streaks its steel, softening its edges, turning its sharp brilliance into a lantern in the mist. It feels both majestic and subdued, a monument dreaming in the storm. The road narrows, slipping through Midtown's core. Towers rise tight around you, their walls glistening, their windows glowing faintly with offices still lit. Some desks stand empty, their chairs tucked, their lamps off. Others glow warmly, papers scattered, monitors humming, as though the workday has not quite ended. Figures move slowly inside, shadows softened by glass and water. The city breathes around you. Even in its busiest heart, the rain has calmed it, slowed it, turned its usual urgency into quiet motion. Farther south, Bryant Park opens briefly, its lawns dark and shimmering under the rain. Lamps line its paths, casting soft halos onto empty benches. Trees stand like watchful silhouettes, their branches jeweled with droplets, their leaves dripping steadily. The scent of wet earth rises faintly, mingling with the freshness of rain. The New York Public Library rests at the park's edge, its grand facade gleaming with water. The lions at its entrance glisten, their stone darkened by rain, their shapes softened by shadow. The steps shine, streaked with rivulets, reflecting the lamps that stand nearby. The building feels timeless, ancient and eternal, watching silently as the night unfolds. You pass slowly, the glow fading into distance. The road bends onward. Fifth Avenue stretches south once more, its storefronts endless, its lamps steady. Luxury shops line the street, their windows filled with displays, but the rain has transformed them. Jewelry glitters faintly, its brilliance blurred into soft glows. Fabrics shimmer gently, their colors softened into watercolor hues. The reflections matter more than the objects themselves. The blurred streaks of gold, silver, and blue painted across the wet pavement. Pedestrians drift slowly, umbrellas tilting, coats gleaming with water. Their steps are steady, unhurried, their voices muffled into the rain. Taxis idle at corners, their roofs dripping, their headlights glowing, their engines humming low. Each detail joins the rhythm, the endless song of the city in rain. The Empire State Building rises above, its crown disappearing into fog, its lights glowing faintly through the mist. The rain beads on its steel and stone, trailing downward in long streaks. It stands steady, patient, timeless, softened by weather, as though it too has chosen to rest. You guide the car onward. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. The road continues. South of Herald Square, the streets twist narrower, filled with shops and warehouses, each one glistening, each one softened by drizzle. Signs glow faintly, their neon blurred, their letters half lost in mist. Windows shine dimly, some still open, some shuttered, each a fragment of life glowing against the night. You pass slowly, letting the streets drift by like fragments of a dream. One block melts into the next. One glow fades into another. The rhythm is endless, repeating, soothing. The Flatiron Building appears at the crossing of Broadway and Fifth. Its narrow point gleams with rain, its walls shining, its windows glowing faintly. It feels like a ship's prow, cutting through the drizzle, steady, timeless. Lamps glow at its base, casting halos across the wet pavement. Cars drift past, their lights curving, their reflections painting streaks across the street. Madison Square Park rests nearby, its trees swaying gently, their branches dripping. The lamps cast pools of gold across lawns darkened by rain. Benches glisten, paths shimmer, statues gleam faintly, softened into silhouettes. The park is quiet, timeless, resting in the storm. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls, and you continue. Farther south, Union Square glows faintly. Its paths stretch outward, lined with lamps, dripping trees, and silent stalls. The fountain glistens under steady drizzle, its water merging with rain, rippling endlessly. Figures cross the square slowly, umbrellas tilted, their reflections stretching across wet stone. Shops line the edges, glowing faintly, their windows fog. A bookstore spills soft light onto the sidewalk, its interior warm, its shelves lined and waiting. A cafe glows, its door open, its air filled with steam, and the faint scent of coffee. You drift past, letting the warmth linger, then fade into night. The journey carries you into the East Village. Here the streets narrow, twisting, their pavement glistening, their lamps closer, their glow warmer. Brick walls shine under rain, their graffiti blurred into colors, softened into watercolor murals. Windows glow faintly, shadows drifting within. Small restaurants line the corners, their awnings dripping, their signs glowing faintly. A ramen shop spills steam onto the street, its windows fogged, its bowls steaming. A handful of guests sit inside, their voices hushed, their hands curled around cups. A jazz bar glows softly, its door closed, its music faint, drifting out only as a hum of bass and trumpet. You move slowly, letting the neighborhood embrace you. The streets feel timeless, intimate, softened by rain. The Lower East Side opens next. Warehouses line the blocks, their walls darken, their windows streaked. Old tenements rise above, their facades glistening, their fire escapes dripping. The lamps cast long shadows, stretching across puddles, shimmering in broken lines. A market stall rests beneath a canopy, its crates covered with tarps, its fruit glistening with droplets. The vendor leans on a stool, hat pulled low, watching the rain. His figure blurs as you pass, fading into mist. The Bowery stretches wide, lined with glowing signs, each blurred into streaks of color. The road reflects them all, a river of red, blue, and gold flowing endlessly. Cars drift past, their lights joining the river, their motion steady, slow, part of the same rhythm. You breathe deeply. The city feels endless, but soft, vast, but calm. The rain unites it all, weaving every fragment into one continuous journey. At last, the towers of Lower Manhattan rise ahead, their crowns swallowed by fog, their windows glowing faintly through rain. The financial district rests in shadow, its streets narrow, its stone walls darkened, its lamps glowing in close intervals. Water drips steadily from cornices, streaking the walls, pooling in the cracks. Wall Street lies quiet, its famous facades glistening, its flags dripping, its lamps glowing in mist. The Exchange stands timeless, its columns streaked with water, its steps reflecting pale light. The world feels still here, eternal, softened by the storm. Battery Park spreads at the island's tip, its lawns shimmering, its paths glistening under lamps. Trees sway gently, dripping. Benches line the edges, their wood darkened, their surfaces shining. Beyond, the harbor stretches wide, its water restless, its surface alive with ripples. The Statue of Liberty rises faintly through haze, her torch glowing dimly, her outline softened into silhouette. The rain falls steady even here, blurring her shape, turning her presence into a dream. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. South Street Seaport glows faintly, its piers stretching into water, its lamps shimmering. Old ships rest moored, their masts dripping, their ropes glistening. The decks gleam, rain pooling in wood, water running down lines. The air is thick with salt, with river, with rain. You drift along the waterfront, the bridges rising ahead. Their arches glow faintly, their steel dripping, their cables shimmering with droplets. The Brooklyn Bridge waits first, vast and eternal, its lamps glowing gold, its towers lost in fog. You breathe slowly. The night has carried you far. The city stretches behind you, vast and glowing, softened by rain. The bridges promise new journeys, endless paths across water, endless reflections in mist. The rhythm continues. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. The Brooklyn Bridge rises ahead, steady and eternal. Its stone towers dripping with rain, its cables strung like silver threads through the mist. The lamps along its length glow softly, their light blurred into halos. Cars drift across, their headlights shining pale, their taillights trailing ribbons of red. You join them, easing the car onto the span, the tires humming as they leave Manhattan behind. The ascent carries you upward, into fog, into light, into rain. The steel cables glisten, droplets clinging and trembling before falling away. The wipers sweep, steady and sure. The rain strikes the roof, the glass, the beams above. Each sound blends into the whole, a symphony of water and motion. From the crest, the East River stretches wide beneath you, restless and silvered, its surface alive with ripples and reflections. The rain falls into it without end, joining, merging, vanishing. Across the water, Brooklyn glows, its lamps scattered in mist, its towers rising into fog. Manhattan glimmers behind, its skyline blurred, its light softened, its towers fading into shadow. The bridge hums beneath you. Steel and stone carry you forward, steady, unhurried. You pass beneath the arches, vast and timeless, their weight softened by rain. Each step of the journey feels eternal, as though the bridge has no end, only a rhythm, only a passage. And then you descend, slowly, gently, drawn into the heart of Brooklyn. The streets narrow, lined with old brick buildings, their walls darkened by rain, their windows glowing faintly. Brownstones stand shoulder to shoulder, their steps shining, their railings jeweled with droplets. Trees arch above, dripping steadily, their leaves swaying in the breeze. Shops glow faintly at corners. A bakery rests closed, its counters cleared, its ovens cooling. A laundromat hums, its machines spinning, its windows fogged, its neon sign buzzing in blue. A diner glows warmly, its booths half filled, its patrons speaking softly, their voices muffled by the storm. The rain unites it all. It beads on windows, runs in streams down brick walls, pools in the cracks of pavement. It softens the edges, blurs the noise, turns the city into something dreamlike. You drift along, unhurried, steady. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. Cobblestones appear beneath your tires, the rhythm changing, the sound deepening, each stone echoing faintly through the car. Warehouses rise nearby, their walls streaked, their doors shut. Some glow faintly inside, machines resting, shadows stretching. Others lie silent, dark, waiting. The waterfront opens ahead. The East River flows beside you, restless and dark, its surface trembling under rain. Across the water, the towers of Manhattan shimmer, softened by haze, glowing faintly through drizzle. The skyline stretches like a lantern, blurred, glowing, eternal. The Manhattan Bridge towers above. Its steel arcs glisten with water. Its lamps glow dimly. Its span stretches into mist. You pass beneath it, the beams dripping, the arches vast above you. The bridge hums faintly, its voice joining the rain, its presence steady, timeless. Deeper into Brooklyn, the streets twist and narrow again. Old neighborhoods rise, their character carved into every wall. Graffiti colors the brick, softened by rain into smears of paint, art transformed by weather. Windows glow warmly, some open, some closed, each a fragment of life unfolding quietly within. A jazz bar glows faintly, its neon sign blurred, its door closed, its music seeping faintly into the street. A low hum of bass, a muted trumpet. The sound drifts into rain, vanishing almost as soon as it emerges. Another block, another story. A corner deli glows, its counter lined with jars and bottles. A figure leans over, speaking softly, waiting patiently. A bookstore rests dark, its shelves hidden, its door locked. A pizza shop hums, its oven glowing, its awning dripping steadily. The neighborhoods stretch on. Each street is different. Each is the same. Rain unites them all, weaving every block into one endless rhythm. Farther south, Prospect Park waits. Trees line its edges, vast and dripping, their branches heavy with water. Lamps cast halos along its paths, glowing across benches, shimmering on wet lawns. The air is rich with the scent of wet earth, of leaves, of grass. The car drifts slowly along its edge. Inside the park, the rain falls without end. It taps on branches, runs down trunks, pools in soil. The paths glisten, the statues gleam, the fountains ripple. The park rests, timeless, eternal, breathing with the storm. You pause, inwardly, letting the stillness sink into you. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. Flatbush Avenue stretches southward, wide and glistening. Lamps glow at intervals, their reflections painted across the wet surface. Shops line the road, their awnings dripping, their signs glowing faintly. Some remain open, spilling warmth into the mist. Restaurants hum, their kitchens alive with steam and spice. Cafes glow, their tables scattered with guests. The air is rich with scents that drift through the rain, softened but unmistakable. Traffic drifts steady but slow. Headlights blur, tail lights shimmer, each reflection painted across the street. Pedestrians cross with umbrellas tilted, their shadows stretching into the glow. Every motion is part of the rhythm, steady, endless, unhurried. The road continues without end, a ribbon of light and rain stretching south into the night. Toward the edge of Brooklyn, the neighborhood's quiet. Houses stand closer together, their porches dripping, their gardens gleaming in the storm. Street lamps cast soft light across fences and hedges. Trees sway, their branches whispering. The air grows cooler here, touched with the salt of the bay. You drift toward the shoreline once more. The Verrazzano Bridge rises ahead, its towers vast, its lamps glowing faintly in mist. The span stretches into shadow, its cables gleaming, its steel dripping. You ascend slowly. The road rises, the water spreads below, the city stretches behind. Brooklyn glows softly, Manhattan gleams faintly in haze. Staten Island waits ahead, its lamps scattered across hills. The rain falls steady, the wipers sweep, the car hums, and you continue. The Verrazzano Bridge carries you across the water, its vast towers rising into mist, its lamps glowing like faint stars strung along the span. The rain beads on every cable, clinging before falling, shining briefly in the light. The steel hums beneath the tires, a deep resonance that joins the rhythm of wipers and rain. From its crest, the harbor spreads in every direction. To the north, Manhattan glows faintly, its towers softened by fog, its edges blurred into shadow. To the south, the Atlantic waits, dark and endless, its horizon swallowed by cloud. Staten Island lies ahead, its hills softened, its lamps scattered in mist. The bridge feels eternal. Time slows as you cross it. Each lamp is a marker, each reflection a companion. The city feels far behind now, though its glow lingers faintly in the haze. The water flows far below, restless and silvered, rain rippling its surface into endless circles. You descend slowly, drawn gently into Staten Island. The steel fades behind you, the pavement returns, the lamps stretch ahead. The streets here are quieter, narrower, more intimate. Houses line the blocks, their roofs glistening, their gardens shining with water. Trees arch above, dripping steadily, their branches whispering in the night. Windows glow warmly, curtains drawn, silhouettes drifting within. You drift along Shore Road, the bay beside you, its water restless, its waves breaking gently against stone. Lamps line the edge, their halos trembling on the surface. Across the bay, Brooklyn glows faintly, its towers softened, its lamps scattered like stars across the horizon. The shoreline hums with subtle sounds, the slap of waves, the patter of rain, the whisper of wind through dripping leaves. Together, they weave a song of water, endless and soothing. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. Parks appear beside the shoreline, their lawns shimmering, their benches glistening. Playgrounds rest silent, swings dripping, slides gleaming. Trees sway gently, their branches jeweled with droplets. Paths wind through mist, lamps glowing faintly at intervals. The air is rich with the scent of salt, of wet grass, of leaves. It grounds you, carries you deeper into calm. Traffic fades, few cars pass. The world feels hushed, slowed, softened. You drift onward. No urgency, no destination, only rhythm, only road, only rain. Farther inland, neighborhoods stretch quiet, streets lined with porches, gardens glistening, fences shining under lamps. Dogs bark softly from doorsteps, their voices muffled by rain. Curtains shift faintly, shadows passing behind them. The world breathes in subtle rhythms, private and gentle. A small pizzeria glows on the corner, its oven warming the air, its windows fogged. A handful of figures gather inside, sharing slices, their voices low, their laughter muffled. Steam curls into the street as the door opens briefly, carrying with it the scent of bread, cheese, spice. The glow fades as you drift past, carried forward into mist. Another block, another glow. A convenience store hums under buzzing neon, its shelves lined, its aisles empty. The clerk leans on the counter, half asleep, eyes drifting toward nothing. A laundromat spins, its machines whirring, its windows fogged, its lights spilling into drizzle. The rhythm repeats. Each corner glows, then fades. Each block drifts by. The rain unites them all. The shoreline returns. Staten Island's harbor spreads wide, dotted with anchored ships, their lights shimmering faintly. A ferry moves slowly across the water, its deck glowing softly, its its reflection trailing behind. Its horn sounds low, carrying across waves and mist, joining the song of rain. You follow the curve south, the road hugging the water, the lamps guiding the way. Parks line the edge, fields shining, benches empty, paths glistening. The rain deepens briefly, falling harder, striking the windshield with louder rhythm. The wipers quicken, sweeping faster, clearing paths through water. The sound fills the car, steady, endless, soothing. And then it softens again, easing into drizzle, returning to its steady, hypnotic pace. The road bends inland once more. Warehouses rise, their walls darkened, their windows glowing faintly. Trucks rest idle, their trailers dripping, their engines silent. Yards stretch wide, their fences gleaming. Rail lines hum faintly nearby. A freight train crawls along, its wheels clattering, its horn sounding low and mournful. The sound lingers, fading slowly into night. The rain beads on every rail, streaks across every surface, joins every sound. It softens even the steel, even the machinery, turning it all into part of the same rhythm. You drift past, steady, unhurried. At the island's edge, the lights of the ferry terminal glow ahead. The building gleams with water, its windows shining against the mist. Ferries rest at dock, their decks wet, their lamps casting halos across waves. Passengers move slowly, umbrellas tilted, coats glistening, their reflections sliding across the wet stone. A ferry horn sounds again, deeper this time, vibrating through the rain. The water ripples, the lamps shimmer, the echoes fade. You drift past, leaving the glow behind, carried onward by the shoreline. The night deepens, the rain continues, the rhythm never ends. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. The shoreline curves north again, guiding you back toward the bridges that link the city's islands together. Staten Island grows quiet behind you, its neighborhoods resting, its lamps fading into mist. Ahead, the great span of the Verrazzano glows faintly through drizzle, its towers steady, patient, eternal. You begin the ascent once more. The road lifts gently, carrying you back above the water. The cables gleam, silver with rain, each drop clinging before falling. The lamps line the span, glowing faintly, their reflections shimmering on the wet pavement. From the crest, the harbor spreads vast again. Brooklyn glows faintly in haze. Manhattan shimmers farther north, its skyline softened into lanterns floating in mist. The Atlantic stretches southward, dark, endless, swallowing the horizon. The bridge hums beneath the tires. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. Brooklyn greets you again, with rows of houses glistening in the rain, gardens dripping, trees swaying gently. The neighborhoods hum softly, their lamps steady, their windows glowing warmly. The air feels familiar, softened by the rhythm, grounded in repetition. You drift northward through Bay Ridge. Small shops line the streets, awnings dripping, signs blurred by mist. A bakery glows faintly, its shelves empty, its ovens cooling. A corner bar hums softly, its neon sign buzzing, its patrons murmuring inside. A diner stands open, steam curling from its windows, its booths half filled with shadows. The rhythm is the same as before, yet changed. Each corner tells a new story. Each glow offers new warmth. The rain weaves it all into one continuous whole. The waterfront, returns beside you. The Belt Parkway stretches long, its lanes glistening beneath steady rain. Traffic drifts slow, headlights and taillights glowing, each reflection painted onto the wet surface. The East River curves north, restless, silvered, its waves broken by rain. You pass beneath the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway. Its concrete beams drip steadily, its echoes hollow, its lamps glowing faintly in mist. The sound shifts here, the deeper hum of overhead traffic blending with the patter of rain. It feels cavernous, timeless, like moving beneath a river of stone. Beyond, the road opens again. The Manhattan skyline rises across the river, glowing faintly, blurred by drizzle. The towers shimmer in mist, their reflections trembling in water. The bridges stand tall between, their lamps glowing, their cables jeweled with droplets. You approach the Manhattan Bridge this time, its steel vast, its arches stretching high. The lamps cast faint halos along its span, glowing against the mist. The ascent begins, the car humming, the tires hissing on wet pavement. The wipers sweep, the rain falls. The steel sings faintly, each drop striking, each echo joining. From its crest, the city surrounds you. To the west, Manhattan glows, its towers stretching upward, their crowns lost in fog. To the east, Brooklyn sprawls endless, its lamps scattered, its streets shimmering. Below, the East River ripples, its reflections trembling, its currents carrying the city's glow into distance. The bridge feels like a threshold, a passage between worlds. You pass beneath its arches, steady, unhurried, carried forward by rhythm. And then you descend, drifting back into Manhattan. The Lower East Side greets you once more, its narrow streets glistening, its brick walls streaked with rain. Fire escapes drip steadily, their shadows long across wet walls. Shops glow faintly, restaurants hum softly, their awnings dripping, their kitchens alive with warmth. A ramen bar spills steam into the street, its windows fogged, its guests gathered close. A jazz lounge glows softly, its door shut, its music faint, drifting into drizzle. A corner deli hums, its counter lined with jars, its shelves glistening beneath fluorescent light. The rhythm repeats. One glow fades, another emerges. One block melts into the next. The rain unites them all. Chinatown stretches southward, its lanterns glowing faintly in drizzle, their colors blurred, their shapes softened. The signs above the shops glisten, their neon painted across puddles. Restaurants spill warmth into the night, their doors propped, their voices hushed. Steam rises from kitchens, mingling with mist, drifting upward into the rain. The air is rich with spice, garlic, ginger, broth. It blends with the scent of wet stone, wet pavement, wet wood. The rain carries it all, softening, weaving, blending. The car drifts slowly, the lamps guiding, the reflections endless. Farther south, the financial district rises once more. Towers of glass and steel shimmer, their crowns hidden, their lights glowing faintly. The streets narrow, their stone walls dark, their lamps steady. Water drips from cornices, pools and cracks, glistens on steps. Battery Park returns at the island's edge. Its lawns shimmer, its benches glisten, its paths stretch into mist. The harbor spreads wide, restless, rippling with rain. The Statue of Liberty waits faintly in the distance, her torch glowing dimly, her outline blurred into silhouette. The rain falls steady even here, softening her presence, turning her into a dream. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. The Brooklyn Bridge glows again to the east, its towers vast, its arches timeless. You drift toward it once more, drawn by its light, its promise, its rhythm. The night repeats. The city repeats. The rain repeats. And yet each turn is new. Each glow is different. Each reflection tells another story. The road has no end. The rhythm has no conclusion. The Brooklyn Bridge stands before you once more, vast and patient, its arches timeless against the haze. You ascend slowly, the rain falling steady, the lamps glowing faintly along the span. The cables glisten, each one strung with droplets, each one trembling in the wind before letting go. The sound of water on steel, on stone, on glass, blends into the steady rhythm of tires and wipers. At the crest, Manhattan stretches west, Brooklyn east, the East River flowing restless below. The city feels infinite, its towers glowing faintly, their crowns vanishing into low clouds. The river ripples, every surface alive with rain. Reflections shimmer, break, vanish, and return. The bridge hums beneath you, its voice low and steady. You pass beneath the arches, steady and unhurried, suspended between shores. And then you descend, carried once more into Brooklyn. The streets of DUMBO greet you, cobblestones glistening, warehouses looming, their windows glowing faintly through mist. Graffiti streaks the walls, softened by rain, colors bleeding together. Cafes rest closed, their awnings dripping, their chairs stacked within. A gallery glows faintly, its windows fogged, its paintings blurred into shadows. The streets twist, narrow, open again. The lamps cast halos, reflections shimmer, puddles stretch across stone. The rain unites it all, turning sharp edges into watercolor, turning noise into rhythm. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. You drift southward, through Fort Greene, past brownstones standing shoulder to shoulder, their steps glistening, their railings jeweled. Trees sway overhead, dripping steadily, their branches whispering in the night. Windows glow warmly, silhouettes shifting inside, lives unfolding quietly. Small shops line the corners. A bookstore glows faintly, its shelves visible through misted glass. A bakery rests closed, its counters bare, its ovens cooling. A cafe still glows, its barista leaning on the counter, a single patron lingering, hands curled around a cup. Their figures blur as you pass, fading into drizzle. The neighborhoods hum with subtle sounds, dogs barking faintly, radios humming low, voices drifting briefly from windows. Each fades quickly, swallowed by rain. The rhythm remains. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. Prospect Park returns, vast and dark, its trees dripping, its paths glistening under lamps. The lawns shimmer faintly. The benches glisten. The statues gleam in mist. The air is rich with the scent of earth, grass, and water. The rain falls heavier here, pattering against leaves, striking branches, pooling in soil. You drift along its edge, letting its stillness sink into you. The park breathes slowly, timelessly, as though the rain itself were its heartbeat. Farther south, Flatbush Avenue stretches long, its lamps glowing at intervals, its shops lined with dripping awnings. Traffic drifts steady, headlights blurred, taillights shimmering red. Restaurants hum, their kitchens alive with steam. Figures gather at windows, their voices hushed. The avenue feels endless, a ribbon of light and water leading into distance. The night deepens. Midnight has long passed, though time itself feels lost in rhythm. Each block is like the one before, yet not the same. Each glow is familiar, yet different. The rain weaves it together, turning the journey into one continuous song. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. You drift westward again, toward the waterfront. The piers stretch into darkness, their lamps glowing faintly at the edges. Boats rest moored, their hulls dripping, their ropes creaking softly. Warehouses loom, their walls streaked, their windows glowing dimly. The Manhattan skyline rises across the river, glowing faintly in haze. Its towers shimmer, softened by drizzle, their lights blurred into watercolor strokes. Bridges stretch between, their spans jeweled with droplets, their lamps glowing gold. The view is endless, yet dreamlike, real, yet softened. The rain makes it so. Farther north, Williamsburg greets you. The streets here are narrow, lined with shops and cafes, some still open, glowing against drizzle. A bar hums softly, its music muted, its patrons gathered close. A bakery glows faintly, trays stacked, ovens cooling. A corner shop spills light across the pavement, its shelves lined, its clerk resting at the counter. Graffiti colors the walls, its shapes softened, its hues blurred. Murals stretch across brick, transformed by water into paintings that shift with the rain. The Williamsburg Bridge looms ahead, its steel vast, its lamps glowing faintly in mist. The ascent begins, the tires humming, the wipers sweeping, the rain pattering steady. From the crest, the East River stretches wide once more. Manhattan glows beyond, its towers endless, its light scattered across the dark. Brooklyn sprawls behind, its lamps stretching into distance. You descend slowly, carried once more toward Manhattan. The Lower East Side greets you again, familiar, yet new. Its streets narrow, its walls glistening, its lamps glowing softly. Restaurants hum, their kitchens alive, their windows fogged. A jazz lounge glows faintly, its door closed, its music seeping softly into drizzle. A corner store glimmers, its shelves lined, its awning dripping. The rain transforms it all, softens it all, unites it all. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. The night folds deeper around you as the car drifts south. The drizzle steadies again, pattering against rooftops, streaming down glass, pooling in gutters. The lamps along the street shine like pearls, strung on an invisible thread, each one glowing briefly before fading behind you. You slip through Chinatown once more. Its lanterns glow faintly, blurred by rain, their colors melting into soft hues of red and gold. Steam rises from kitchens, drifting through open doors, mingling with mist. The scent of broth, ginger, garlic drifts faintly, carried by the rain. Figures move slowly beneath umbrellas, their shadows stretching into puddles. Signs glisten, their neon reflected in rivers of water running along the curb. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. South Street Seaport opens again. The piers stretch out into dark water, their lamps glowing softly at their ends. Old ships rest silent, their masts dripping, their ropes taut with rain. Their hulls glisten, their decks shimmer faintly. The East River breathes beside them, restless, silvery, broken by drops that fall endlessly from the sky. Warehouses loom, their brick walls streaked, their windows fogged. Some glow faintly inside, machines at rest. Others stand silent, their doors closed, their shadows deep. The rain blurs their edges, softens their mass, makes them part of the same rhythm. Farther on, the Brooklyn Bridge rises again, its towers eternal, its arches vast. You drift beneath it, the beams dripping, the lamps casting halos into the mist. The sound of rain on steel echoes faintly, blending with the rhythm of tires and wipers. The river flows beside you, restless, alive. Across it, Brooklyn glows faintly, its lamps scattered, its towers softened. The night continues. Turning inland, you slip into the narrow canyons of the financial district. Towers rise steep, their crowns lost in fog, their windows gleaming like scattered stars. Water runs down their walls in silver trails. Stone glistens, steel gleams. The lamps below cast halos against dripping cornices. Wall Street rests in silence. The Exchange stands timeless, its columns streaked with rain, its steps shining under lamps. Flags ripple faintly in the damp air, their colors softened, their edges blurred. The streets are empty, save for a single figure hurrying with an umbrella, footsteps echoing, vanishing quickly. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. Battery Park returns at the island's southern tip. Its lawns glisten, its paths shimmer, its benches gleam. Trees drip steadily, their branches heavy, their leaves jeweled with water. The air is cool, touched with salt, filled with the scent of wet grass and earth. Beyond, the harbor spreads vast and endless. Ferries move slowly, their decks glowing faintly, their reflections trembling in water. Ships rest anchored, their lamps scattered, their outlines softened into mist. The Statue of Liberty rises faintly in the distance, her torch glowing dimly, her shape blurred into silhouette. You pause, inwardly, letting her presence linger, timeless, steady, softened by rain. Then the road bends, carrying you north again. The West Side Highway stretches long and straight, its lanes glistening, its lamps shining in twin rows. The river lies beside you, restless, rippling, alive with rain. Across it, New Jersey glows faintly, its towers scattered, its lights softened. Warehouses and piers line the shore. Some glow faintly, their interiors quiet. Others stand dark, their doors closed, their walls streaked. Cranes loom, their arms dripping, their shapes blurred into shadow. Traffic drifts slowly, headlights and taillights glowing, each reflection stretching across the wet surface. The sound of tires mixes with the rhythm of rain, the hum of engines blending with the patter of drops. The road continues endlessly, north into haze, carrying you forward. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. Chelsea emerges, its old warehouses glowing faintly, their windows fogged, their bricks darkened by rain. The High Line stretches above, its rails dripping, its lamps casting small halos across gardens glistening with water. Trees arch overhead, dripping steadily, their branches jeweled. Art galleries line the streets, their windows glowing softly. their canvases blurred in mist. You drift past slowly, letting the glow linger, then fade. Hudson Yards rises next, towers vast, their crowns lost in fog, their walls gleaming with water. The vessel glistens, its bronze skin streaked with droplets, its lights glowing faintly, its form softened into mist. The rain falls steady across its surface, turning it into a lantern shimmering in the haze. The road bends onward. The lamps repeat. The reflections shimmer. The rhythm continues. Midtown glows again. The Empire State Building rises, its crown blurred, its lights softened. Bryant Park rests quiet, its lawns shimmering, its lamps glowing faintly. The library stands steady, its lions glistening, its steps shining with rivulets. Times Square glimmers once more, but subdued by rain. The billboards still flash, but their light is blurred, their colors painted across wet asphalt. Pedestrians drift slowly, their umbrellas tilted, their steps steady. The crowd feels hushed, as though even here, in the city's heart, the storm has asked for calm. The wipers sweep, the rain falls, the car hums, and you continue. Northward, Central Park stretches wide again. Trees rise tall, dripping steadily, their branches swaying. Paths glisten under lamps, lawns shimmer, benches gleam. The air is rich with the scent of grass, earth, water. The rain falls heavy here, striking leaves, running down trunks, pooling in soil. You drift along its edge, letting its vastness sink into you. The park feels endless, timeless, a world within a world. Harlem emerges once more, its brownstones glowing, its steps gleaming, its windows warm. Music drifts faintly from a corner club, muted trumpet notes carried into drizzle. The sound fades quickly, swallowed by mist, leaving only rhythm. The journey repeats. Streets glow, then fade. Lamps shimmer, then vanish. The rain unites them all, weaving every detail into one song. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. The rain thickens as you move north, streaking the windshield in countless rivulets, streaming down glass, tapping in faster rhythm on the roof. The wipers sweep quickly, clearing, restoring, blurring, clearing again. The sound fills the car, steady and endless, as though the storm itself has decided to ride along with you. The George Washington Bridge looms ahead once more, its towers glowing faintly in mist, its cables strung with jewels of water. The lamps cast halos across the span, reflected endlessly in wet pavement. The ascent begins, slow and steady, the car humming, the river stretching wide below. From the crest, the Hudson flows dark and restless, its surface broken by rain, its reflections scattered and trembling. To the south, Manhattan stretches vast, its towers glowing faintly, their crowns swallowed by clouds. To the north, the Palisades rise dimly, their cliffs blurred into shadow. The bridge hums beneath you. The rain falls without pause. The wipers sweep, steady, patient. And then you descend, drifting once more into Upper Manhattan. Inwood greets you with narrow streets, lined with trees dripping steadily, their leaves jeweled with water. Brownstones stand close together, their steps glistening, their windows glowing warmly. A corner bodega hums softly, its awning dripping, its shelves glowing under fluorescent light. A laundromat spins, its windows fogged, its machines whirring steadily. A restaurant glows faintly, its kitchen alive with steam, its guests gathered close around tables. The air is rich with the scent of wet stone, wet wood, wet leaves. It blends into the rhythm, softens the city, makes it timeless. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. Crossing eastward, the Harlem River shimmers, its surface restless, its lamps glowing faintly along the bridges. The Bronx rises beyond, its neighborhoods stretching into mist, its towers softened by rain. You pass along its edge, the river guiding, the lamps steady, the reflections endless. The Triborough Bridge rises ahead, its steel glistening, its lamps glowing dimly, its towers lost in fog. The ascent is steady, the road lifting into shadow. The rain falls harder here, striking the beams, echoing hollow, blending into rhythm. From the crest, the city spreads in every direction. Queens glows faintly to the east, Brooklyn stretches south, Manhattan shimmers west. The Bronx lies behind. The rivers flow between them all, restless, silvered, endless. You descend slowly, drawn gently into Queens. The streets shift here, broader, flatter, stretching into distance. Rows of houses line the blocks, their porches dripping, their gardens shining. Street lamps glow at intervals, their reflections painted across the wet pavement. Shops scatter at corners, a pharmacy glowing, its aisles empty, a diner humming, its booths half filled, a bakery dark, its counters cleared. Each passes quickly, each fades into rain. Airplanes hum faintly above, their lights blinking through mist, descending toward LaGuardia. The sound drifts downward, joins the rain, fades quickly. The neighborhoods stretch on, quiet, endless. The rain falls without pause, steady, sure. The wipers sweep, the car hums, and you continue. Farther south, Flushing Meadows opens vast, its fields shimmering, its paths glistening, its lamps glowing. The Unisphere rises, its steel arcs jeweled with water, its surface streaming with rivulets. The globe gleams faintly in mist, its continents blurred, its form softened. It feels timeless, eternal, steady in the storm. Beyond, the stadium glows faintly, its walls wet, its lights casting halos. Empty seats rest within, unseen, waiting. The air is thick with the scent of grass, soil, rain. The world feels hushed, slowed, carried by rhythm. You drift past slowly, letting it linger, then fade. The road bends toward the East River once more. The Roosevelt Island Bridge stretches across, its steel glistening, its lamps glowing faintly. Roosevelt Island lies quiet, its towers glowing dimly, its shoreline dripping. Manhattan rises beyond, its skyline blurred, its lamps steady. You cross slowly, the river restless below, its reflections trembling. The rain falls soft here, almost like mist, veiling everything, softening everything, turning the crossing into a dream. And then you descend, drifting once more into Manhattan. The Upper East Side stretches broad, its avenues glistening, its towers glowing faintly. Luxury shops line the streets, their displays softened by drizzle. Apartments rise above, their windows glowing warmly, their balconies dripping steadily. Trees line the sidewalks, their branches jeweled, their leaves dripping. The lamps repeat. The reflections shimmer. The rhythm continues. Central Park lies west, dark and endless, its paths stretching into mist, its lawns shimmering. The rain falls steady, pattering on leaves, pooling in soil, whispering through branches. The park feels timeless, steady, patient. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. Downtown calls once more. Fifth Avenue stretches south, its lamps glowing, its reflections endless. The Empire State Building gleams faintly, its crown blurred, its lights softened. Bryant Park shimmers, the library steady, its lions gleaming, its steps shining. Times Square glows, subdued by rain, its billboards blurred, its crowds hushed. The city repeats, each detail familiar, each moment softened. Yet repetition itself is the rhythm, the song, the calm. The night feels endless now, as though the rain itself has stretched time into something softer, slower. The streets glisten in every direction, their lamps glowing, their reflections shimmering. The car carries you onward, steady and unhurried, into the rhythm of rain. You drift southward once more, weaving through the avenues. Madison Square Park glimmers faintly, its lawns wet, its trees dripping. The Flatiron Building rises above, its narrow prow gleaming with rain, its windows glowing faintly. The city curves around it, the lamps glowing, the puddles reflecting. The rain falls without pause, beating, streaming, pooling. The road bends into the village. Narrow streets twist and wind, their cobblestones glistening, their brick walls shining. Cafes glow faintly, some open, some dark. A record store rests shuttered, its posters blurred by drizzle. A bar hums softly, its music muted, its windows fogged. The lamps here are close, their halos warmer, their light softer. The wipers sweep, the car hums, the rain falls, and you continue. Washington Square Park opens, its arch gleaming with water, its lamps glowing in mist. Trees line its walks, dripping steadily, their branches heavy. Benches glisten, paths shimmer, lawns ripple with raindrops. The fountain rests, its basin filling, its surface alive with circles spreading outward. Students hurry beneath umbrellas, their voices hushed, their footsteps soft. A guitarist sits beneath a tree, strumming gently, his notes almost lost in drizzle. The sound lingers faintly, fading quickly as the road carries you onward. Broadway stretches again, lined with shops, their signs blurred, their awnings dripping. A theater marquee glows faintly, its letters gleaming, its lights streaked by rain. Figures move past, their reflections scattering across puddles. The night continues. Soho emerges, its lofts towering, their facades darkened, their windows glowing faintly. Art galleries rest closed, their canvases hidden, their glass fogged. Boutiques line the streets, their displays shimmering faintly through mist. Cobblestones glisten under lamps, their reflections shifting as you pass. The rain softens everything, turns sharp edges into watercolor. It slows the pace, blurs the noise, makes the world timeless. You drift through Tribeca, its warehouses looming, their walls streaked, their windows glowing. Restaurants hum faintly, their kitchens alive, their voices muffled. A jazz club glows dimly, its music low, carried into drizzle. The rhythm of the city is softer here, hushed by rain, deepened by shadow. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. The World Trade Center rises above, its crown lost in fog, its lights glowing faintly through haze. The Oculus gleams nearby, its ribs streaming with water, its lamps glowing in mist. The plaza glistens, pools forming across its stone. Figures drift slowly, their umbrellas tilting, their coats gleaming. The rain makes monuments feel human, softened, quiet, patient. Even towers this vast feel subdued, humbled by the storm. You drift past, letting them linger, then fade. The battery returns, its lawns shimmering, its benches wet, its trees dripping steadily. The harbor spreads wide, restless, alive. Ferries move slowly, their decks glowing, their reflections trembling. The statue rises faintly, her torch glowing dim, her shape blurred into mist. The rain joins sea and sky, uniting them all into haze. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. The car hums, and you continue. The FDR drive curves along the East River. The road glistens, lamps stretching in twin rows, their reflections broken by puddles. The river flows restless beside you, its surface alive with rain, its lamps shimmering along its edges. Bridges rise at intervals, their spans jeweled with droplets, their arches vast in fog. The Manhattan Bridge glows to the north, its steel shining, its lamps casting halos. You pass beneath it, the beams dripping, the echoes hollow. Beyond it, the Williamsburg Bridge rises, its towers glowing faintly, its lamps lining its length. Each span feels timeless, eternal, part of the same song. Queens glows faintly across the water, its lamps scattered, its towers softened. Barges drift slowly, their decks glistening, their lights glowing. Their wakes ripple outward, broken quickly by rain. The shoreline curves, carrying you farther north. The night deepens, but time feels lost. Only rhythm remains. You approach Midtown East. Towers rise vast, their crowns hidden, their walls gleaming with water. The United Nations building looms beside the river, its facade streaked, its lamps glowing. Flags ripple faintly, their colors blurred by mist. The plaza glistens, rain pooling in stone. Beyond, the Chrysler building appears once more, its crown shining faintly, its steel softened by drizzle. The rain beads along its ribs, streaking downward, catching light as it falls. It feels steady, timeless, glowing through haze like a lantern. The avenues stretch long, their lamps glowing, their reflections endless. Shops line the streets, their windows fogged, their awnings dripping. Restaurants hum softly, their kitchens alive, their voices muffled. The rain weaves it all together, turns every detail into one continuous rhythm. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. North again, Central Park returns. Its trees rise tall, dripping steadily, their branches swaying. The paths glisten, the lamps glow faintly, the benches shimmer. Statues gleam underwater, their shapes softened by mist. The air is rich with the scent of grass, soil, rain. The city surrounds it, glowing faintly, blurred by haze. Towers rise along the park's edge, their windows scattered with light, their crowns vanishing into clouds. The rain falls steady, joining earth and sky, weaving city and nature into one whole. You drift slowly, letting the vastness sink into you. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. The car hums. And you continue. Northward still, Harlem opens again, its brownstones standing side by side, their steps gleaming with water, their iron railings dripping. Windows glow warmly, some curtained, some open, shadows shifting behind. Street lamps line the avenues, their reflections stretching across glistening asphalt. A corner restaurant hums faintly, its neon sign glowing in red, softened by mist. Inside, a handful of guests linger, their voices hushed, their gestures slow. Steam rises from plates, curling against fogged windows. A single trumpet note drifts from a nearby club, low and soulful, blending into the rain. The sound fades as you move on. Only rhythm remains. The car humming, the wipers sweeping, the rain falling. The road bends toward the Harlem River. Bridges span across it, their steel dripping, their lamps glowing faintly in mist. The water flows restless below, broken by raindrops, carrying reflections of towers and lamps into distance. The Bronx rises beyond, its streets glowing faintly, its towers softened by haze. The rain unites the boroughs, softens their edges, turns them all into fragments of one endless city. You drift along the river's edge, the lamps guiding, the reflections endless. Crossing eastward, the Robert F. Kennedy Bridge glimmers faintly in drizzle. Its steel arcs into mist, its lamps glowing like faint stars. You ascend slowly, the tires humming, the wipers sweeping, the rain pattering steady. From the crest, the East River spreads wide, restless and silvered. Queens glows faintly beyond, Brooklyn farther still, Manhattan shimmering behind. The bridges stretch in every direction, each glowing, each softened by rain. The descent carries you gently into Queens. The neighborhoods here spread wide, their houses resting in rows, their gardens glistening, their porches dripping. Shops scatter at corners, a pharmacy glowing faintly, a grocery buzzing with neon, a diner humming low. Trees line the sidewalks, dripping steadily, their leaves jeweled with water. Airplanes rumble faintly above, their lights blinking through mist, descending toward LaGuardia. Their sound lingers, then fades quickly into rain. The avenues stretch into distance, their lamps glowing in twin rows, their reflections stretching unbroken across wet pavement. The rhythm carries you forward, steady, endless. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. Farther east, Flushing hums with quiet life. Its streets glisten. Its shops glow faintly, their awnings dripping. Restaurants scatter warmth into drizzle. Their doors open, their kitchens alive with steam. Patrons linger inside, their voices hushed, their gestures gentle. The air outside carries hints of spice, broth, tea, blending with the scent of rain. The rain makes it dreamlike, soft, timeless. You pass slowly, each glow fading, each corner blending into the next. Southward again, the Belt Parkway stretches long, the shoreline beside it. The lamps repeat in endless rhythm, their halos broken by puddles. The water lies restless, its surface broken by raindrops, its currents carrying reflections into shadow. Across the bay, Brooklyn glows faintly, its lamps scattered like fireflies. Boats rest anchored, their decks glistening, their masts dripping. Waves slap gently against hulls, joining the song of rain. The air is cool, touched with salt, touched with mist. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. The car hums. And you continue. Jamaica Bay spreads wide, its marshes shimmering, its channels alive with ripples. Birds stir faintly, their wings beating against drizzle, their cries muted by storm. Reeds sway, jeweled with droplets, whispering as the wind moves through them. The causeway carries you across, steady and unbroken, lamps glowing faintly along its length. The water surrounds you, restless, endless, its surface broken by circles that ripple outward without end. It feels like floating, like drifting, like being carried by water itself. You breathe deeply. The rhythm deepens, and you continue. Farther south, the Rockaways rise, their houses lining the shore, their porches dripping, their windows glowing faintly. The Atlantic spreads beyond, vast and dark, its waves restless, its horizon lost in cloud. The rain falls steady, striking sand, striking surf, striking boardwalk. The ocean hums, its voice deeper than rain, older than city, timeless. The waves roll, crash, retreat, roll again. Each joins the rhythm, endless, soothing. The car drifts along the narrow strip of land, sea to one side, bay to the other, lamps casting halos across wet pavement. It feels suspended, carried between worlds. The wipers sweep, the rain falls, the car hums, and you continue. Toward the far end, the streets grow quiet, their lamps scattered, their houses spaced wide. The surf roars faintly in the distance, softened by drizzle. The air is thick with salt, with water, with mist. Here, the city feels far away, though its glow still lingers on the horizon. Time itself feels farther still. You pause inwardly. The night has become endless. The rain has become eternal. The rhythm remains. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. The Atlantic murmurs steadily behind you as the road bends back inland. The Rockaways fade into mist, their boardwalk glistening, their houses resting quietly in rain. The car carries you northward again, tires humming on wet pavement, lamps glowing in rhythm. Queens stretches wide, its avenues endless, its neighborhoods resting. Shops glow faintly, their awnings dripping, their windows streaked. A laundromat hums, its machine spinning, its glass fogged. A diner gleams faintly, steam curling from plates, voices murmuring low. A grocery buzzes with fluorescent light, its clerk leaning drowsily on the counter. The rain softens everything, turns the mundane into rhythm, weaves it all into one continuous song. The wipers sweep, the car hums, the rain falls, and you continue. Crossing westward, you pass beneath the glow of JFK Airport. Its runways shimmer under steady drizzle, lamps stretching into distance. Planes rest at gates, their tails glistening, their windows glowing faintly. Engines hum low, lights blink through mist, shadows shift across tarmac. A jet lifts slowly, its roar muffled by rain, its lights vanishing quickly into cloud. Another descends, its wings beaded with water, its landing lights glowing like stars through haze. The airport breathes steadily, timelessly, even at this hour. You drift past, letting it fade, carried once more into quiet neighborhoods. South Ozone Park glimmers faintly. Houses line the streets, their porches dripping, their curtains drawn. The corner store glows dimly, its shelves lined, its clerk resting. A bar hums softly, its music low, its neon sign buzzing pink against mist. The streets are hushed, softened by drizzle, slowed by storm. You drift northward, the avenues stretching straight, their lamps glowing in twin rows. Cars pass slowly, their headlights blurred, their taillights glowing. Their reflections join the road, painted across water. The rhythm continues. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. Flushing Meadows appears once more, its fields shimmering, its lamps glowing faintly in drizzle. The Unisphere gleams again, jeweled with droplets, streaming with rivulets. Its continents blur, its steel softens, Its form glows faintly in mist. The air is rich with water, grass, soil, sky. Beyond, the stadium rises, its walls streaked, its lights glowing. Empty, timeless, steady in storm. The park breathes slowly, its stillness deeper than rain. You pass along its edge, letting it linger, then fade. The Grand Central Parkway curves westward, its lanes glistening, its lamps glowing in rhythm. Traffic flows slow, headlights stretching, taillights shimmering. The rain falls steady, pattering against glass, streaming down pavement. Soon, the Triborough Bridge rises again, its steel gleaming, its lamps glowing faintly, its towers swallowed by fog. The ascent begins, tires humming, wipers sweeping, rain echoing hollow on beams. From the crest, the rivers spread vast below. The Harlem flows restless, the East River silvered, the Hudson distant. Manhattan glows faintly, Brooklyn stretches soft, Queens rests behind. The city feels endless, infinite, softened by mist. You descend slowly, drifting back toward Manhattan. East Harlem greets you, its streets narrow, its brownstones gleaming, their steps shining with water. Shops glow faintly, their awnings dripping. A corner grocery buzzes softly, its neon glowing. A restaurant spills warmth, steam rising into drizzle. Music drifts faintly from a window, muted by rain. Figures move slowly beneath umbrellas, their voices low, their reflections stretching across puddles. The lamps glow steadily, their light trembling in mist. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. Central Park opens again, its vastness endless, its trees dripping, its lawns shimmering. The lamps glow faintly along its paths, their light broken by branches, softened by rain. The benches glisten, the statues gleam, the fountains ripple. The park feels eternal, steady, breathing with the storm. The avenues beside it stretch long. Towers rise along its edges, their crowns lost in fog, their windows glowing faintly. Cars drift slowly, their lights shimmering, their reflections endless. The rain continues, steady, eternal. The wipers sweep, the car hums, the rain falls, and you continue. Midtown rises again. The Empire State Building glows faintly through mist, its crown blurred, its lights softened. Times Square flickers, its billboards muted, its crowd hushed. Bryant Park gleams, the library steady, its lions dripping. Broadway stretches southward, its theaters darkened, its marquees dripping. Each detail is familiar now, yet new in repetition. Each glow is softened, each shadow deepened. The rain weaves it all together, makes it infinite, eternal. The rhythm holds, the wipers sweep, the car hums, the rain falls, and you continue. Rain keeps the night stitched together as you ease the car back toward the river, unhurried, unbound by destination. Headlights comb the drizzle. The road answers with a silver sheen. Wipers move in their patient arc, clearing, softening, clearing again, a lullaby etched on glass. New York breathes around you in long, misted sentences. Towers fading upward into cloud, storefronts sighing with after-hours light, sidewalks filmed with water. Every block feels familiar and newly made, as if the rain recasts the city with each passing minute. You drift along the west side, where the Hudson lifts its dark shoulder against the piers. Lamps bead the edges like low constellations. Barges turn in their sleep. A ferry idles, decks washed clean, windows fogging and clearing as doors open and close. Across the water, New Jersey keeps a quiet horizon, blinking red lights, a faint geometry softened by weather. The car hums. Your hands are loose on the wheel. The night asks for nothing. It only invites. Past Chelsea, the High Line hangs above as a dark ribbon, rails wet, plantings jeweled, paths empty. A gallery window glows. A single painting inside looks like a window into another rainy night. Hudson Yards rises after, bulk and glass and vanishing summits, all of it breathing gently through the cloud. The vessel gleams like a lantern left outside. Everything is slower in water. Everything returns. You arc east across the island, letting the avenues carry you in their measured cadence. Light, shadow, light, shadow. Steam loosens from a manhole, tumbles through the headlight beams, dissolves behind. At a corner diner, two late guests sit with coffee and pie, shoulders relaxed, voices a hush you can almost hear through the rain. You do not need their words to know their meaning. You are here, the night is kind, the hours will pass without alarms. Downtown gathers itself by degrees. The old streets bend and narrow. Stone grows taller, darker, close to the windshield. Between buildings, a seam opens to the harbor and closes again. A breath. Battery Park takes its turn. Lawns black-green and shining. Benches bright with rain. Trees nodding. Lady Liberty keeps her soft torch above the gauze of drizzle. A dream stitched to the horizon. You follow the river north on the FDR. Lanes gloss to mirror. Droplets stepping in diagonal across the glass. Bridges measure the distance. Brooklyn with its honeyed lamps and lacework. Manhattan with blue steel and echo. Williamsburg with its tall, rain-limbed shoulders. Each span is a gate that never shuts. Each span is a thought you return to because it calms you. The car is warm, a small house on wheels. Its instruments glow like embers. The vents breathe evenly. Rain sounds different on different materials. Tinny on a sign, hollow on an overpass, soft on leaves, bright on the hood, delicate on the side window where drops pause, join hands, and wander down as one. You rise into Midtown almost without noticing, because the weather teaches even the loudest blocks to whisper. Times Square is a watercolor tonight, tones sliding into tones. A billboard advertises a sunlit morning. The rain kindly edits it into dusk. Taxi roofs glitter. Crosswalk signals paint temporary emblems on the street and let them fade. You pass through without collecting anything but ease. Turn north, and the park returns, a dark ocean of trees that hold the rain like 1,000 cupped hands. Paths purl with light. Statues wear veils that move. Somewhere, a runner answers the weather with soft footfalls. You move in parallel, steady, invisible to each other, companions anyway. Uptown brownstones lean toward one another as though telling secrets. Iron railings shine. Steps reflect the lamp above like a coin. A saxophone murmurs from a basement bar. A single, thoughtful line rides the seam of air between drops. It does not ask to be heard. It asks to go on, and it does. You cross the river's narrower seam and let Queens open its long, even vowels of boulevard and porch and shop and corner light. Awning drip becomes metronome. Kitchen smells braid with rain. Ginger, bread, coffee, something stewing for tomorrow. Airplanes show their slow constellations beyond the cloud. Patient, patient, then gone. A laundromat writes circles on the window. Someone inside nods with the machines. The night has no edges. It is stitched by the sound of water on everything, by wheels whispering along the same bright ribbon, by the sense that you could keep this pace forever, and the city would keep singing new verses to the same gentle tune. You may turn or not turn. You may cross or not cross. You cannot do it wrong. Back toward the river, Long Island City lifts its glass hives, and the East River returns with lived-in patience. A tugboat shoulders the current. The skyline opposite is a soft orchestra. Some windows dim, some glowing, some gone to sleep entirely. The streets below borrow that light, translate it into puddles and small shining seams that guide your tires. You do not need to narrate the route. You can let the city conduct and simply listen. The wipers keep time. Breath keeps time. Every so often you yawn, not from boredom, but from permission. Weight leaves the day, quietly, without ceremony. Now, the car and the rain and the city settle into the same sentence. It is long and unhurried. Commas are plentiful. There will be a period, but not soon. You drive inside that sentence the way a river moves inside its banks. Naturally, with the understanding that direction is a kindness, not a command. If you look closely, each droplet on the side window holds a tiny bending city. One lamp enlarged, one letter from a sign, one upside-down tree. They slide and merge and reshuffle the world, making new maps that disappear without regret. This teaches you something, though you could not put words to it. You nod anyway, as if you have agreed. At a red light, you pause and notice the sound of rain on a nearby awning, a fast trill, and on the leaves of a sidewalk tree, a silken hiss. When green returns, you move forward as though the car itself were exhaling. Another block and another. Your shoulders drop a fraction more. The road is not a test. It is a cradle. You cannot count the rains of this city. They are stored in gutters and remembered by bricks and taught to children by evening walks. You can only add yours to the collection and let it pass on. So you do. The night leans farther toward quiet as you ease north again, the city drawing and redrawing itself in water. Each block has a language of its own, yet all rhyme with the same refrain. Lamp halos, slow wheels, steady rain. You let Broadway find you. It sweeps wide, familiar, endless, like a river braided through the island. The marquees are hushed now, though their bulbs still tick with light. Posters ripple on the damp kiosks, edges curling slightly in the drizzle. Cabs nose past, their tires painting fans across puddles. A pair of umbrellas meets at a crossing, brushes softly, separates again. The moment is brief, already gone. Northward, Lincoln Center glows faintly, water beating on its marble skin. The fountain is stilled by rain, surface trembling with a million impacts. Through tall glass, a custodian drifts with mop and pail. Movement slow, patient, reverent. The stage beyond is empty, but not silent. The city itself has become orchestra, string section scored by drizzle, percussion by tires, horns softened to velvet. The avenue widens, narrows, widens again. You are neither early nor late. Time bends toward you, not you toward it. The car hums with quiet agreement. The dashboard lights breathe faint amber. At 72nd Street, the buildings settle into long rows. Brownstone shoulders press together. Steps shine black. Trees stretch arms overhead, dripping gently. A single bicycle leans against a railing, its frame dark with water, its wheels catching occasional spark from a lamp. Behind a fogged pane, a dog lifts its head, then curls again. All of it belongs to the weather. All of it belongs to this slow journey. Riverside Drive welcomes you back, curving above the Hudson. The river is a quilt of silver patches stitched by lamp reflection. A barge moves as if half asleep, light on its wheelhouse, small but resolute. Across the span, the Palisades lift their dark shoulders, rain cascading down unseen faces. Piers lean into the current. Ropes groan softly. A gull circles, banking against drizzle, wing beats muffled by mist. You breathe deeper, carried by the same calm. The wipers clear, blur, clear again. You could not say how long you have listened to their rhythm. It might have been hours. It might have been minutes. It makes no demand that you answer. At 125th, the city stirs a little louder. Headlamps multiply, brake lights blossom. But even here, water hushes urgency. A bus exhales steam. Passengers descend in single file, their umbrellas blooming in rhythm, their reflections marching across wet asphalt like a chorus line half remembered. Murals on brick walls bleed into watercolor, rain painting them a second time. A man shelters beneath scaffolding, leaning on a saxophone case, hat pulled low. He nods once at the car's passing beams, but does not move. Perhaps he waits for a train, or perhaps for nothing at all. Either answer is enough. The night folds into Washington Heights, the bridge looming once more with its silver necklace of lamps. The climb is steady, steel beneath you resonant with rain. The Hudson spreads vast, alive with ripples, fairy lights sliding across its back like fireflies reluctant to rest. From this height, the city seems gentle, softened into 1,000 patient stars. Descending again, Inwood greets with narrower lanes, porches wet, windows warm. A market glows on a corner, its bell jingling faintly as a figure exits with bread under one arm, umbrella in the other. The car rolls by like part of the same story, words written in reflection already fading. The Harlem River is a seam of silver guiding you east. Bridges pass overhead, dripping threads that glisten in headlights. The Bronx waits beyond, lamps strung into patterns half lost in haze. At a red light, you pause beside a mural of a blue heron painted on brick. Rain slides down the wall, making the bird shimmer as though alive, feathers rippling, eye turning toward you. When the light changes, you move on, carrying the image like a secret. Queens unfolds again across another span. The lanes lengthen, the blocks spread wide. Houses squat low, porches lit in amber, fences gleaming. A barber shop is still open, though the hour is late. Chairs are empty. The barber himself leans with chin on hand, watching drops streak down the glass. You wonder if he hears the same rhythm, if he too feels time stretch gentle under rain. Flushing Meadows repeats its refrain. Globe glistening, stadium silent, fields jeweled. This time you slow enough to see a fox dart across the lawn, pelt slick, tail lifted, vanishing into trees. Even that swift line feels softened, part of the same flowing sentence. By now, fatigue has settled, not as weight, but as balm. Your shoulders hang easier. Breath is longer, deeper. The city is no longer a series of places. It has become one great lullaby sung in infinite verses. Every droplet contributes. Every lamp lends its halo. Every street offers a reflection. You receive them without keeping. Let them flow past. Let them join the song. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls, and you continue. The road winds back toward the East River, where the bridges hang like illuminated ribbons across mist. Steel arcs glisten. Cables bead with water. Towers loom into cloud. Each crossing feels familiar, yet freshened by rain, as though the city rewrites its introductions endlessly. You ease the car south again, tires whispering, wipers tracing their lullaby. The Williamsburg Bridge lifts before you, its shoulders strong, its lamps repeating into distance. Traffic is light, no more than a handful of vehicles, each casting a tunnel of glow across the wet pavement. Halfway over, the city opens around you. Brooklyn glowing faint to the east, Manhattan's silhouette softened to the west, the river restless below. Rain thickens, streaking sideways, beads racing down glass. Yet even in this, there is no hurry. You are carried. Descending, the Lower East Side greets you once again. Narrow streets wind between brick facades, their graffiti blurred to watercolor, their fire escapes slick and shining. Steam rolls from vents, billowing white, drifting upward into drizzle. Restaurants spill light and warmth into night. Behind glass, faces lean close across tables, laughter muted, gestures slowed. You do not need the details. Only the rhythm matters. Glow, fade, glow again. Chinatown's lanterns return, glowing like paper suns blurred by water. Signs shimmer in colors softened to dream. Crimson, jade, gold. The smell of broth curls through an open doorway, merging with mist, slipping into the car as you pass. A cook leans against a wall, apron damp, cigarette glowing faintly. Smoke lost instantly to rain. A delivery bike rushes by, its wheels slicing puddles, its rider bent forward into weather. All of it belongs to the song of the storm. The road bends, and soon the seaport returns, piers stretching like fingers into the water. Ships rest moored, their decks slick. their ropes creaking with tide. A gull cries once, wings cutting through drizzle, then vanishes. The East River swells below, swallowing rain, carrying light away. You follow the curve toward the Brooklyn Bridge, towers immense, arches bright with halos. Passing beneath, drops rattle on steel, echoes stretching outward until they dissolve into the hiss of water on water. Downtown holds steady under the weather. The towers loom above, stone and glass streaming with rivulets. Wall Street's exchange glistens, columns heavy with water, flags drooping against damp air. Few figures remain here. The hour has grown late. A single umbrella moves quickly across a crosswalk, reflection sliding like ink across pavement. Battery Park gleams again, its trees shaking loose new drops, its benches shining silver. The statue waits in her patient silhouette, torch dimmed by mist. Presence softened, but unmistakable. She is not diminished by rain. She is made timeless by it. The harbor murmurs. Ferries idle, lights glowing like beads across black water. The air is thick with salt, rain, the hum of engines. You move north again, carried by shoreline, accompanied by rhythm. The West Side Highway stretches ahead, endless and slick. Lamps in twin rows reaching into haze. Traffic is gentle, unhurried, a procession of shadows and red lights. Beyond the guardrail, the Hudson breathes, surface broken by steady drops, reflections scattered. You glimpse a tugboat pushing against current, its wake trailing, soon lost. The Palisades rise faintly opposite, their cliffs softened, their crowns swallowed by night. Chelsea repeats its verse, warehouses glowing faint, the High Line dripping, galleries closed, windows fogged. Hudson Yard's towers loom next, their crowns unseen, their bases shining with water. The vessel gleams faint copper, lantern in fog. It does not need visitors to be alive. The rain has already animated its skin. Midtown greets with softened brilliance. The Empire State Building glows faint through cloud, its crown blurred, its spire nearly vanished. Times Square pulses quietly, billboards streaked by rain, crowds hushed. For once, the heart of the city is subdued, wrapped in weather's embrace. Bryant Park gleams, lions drip, steps shine. Everything is familiar, and yet the rain makes it new again. Fifth Avenue stretches south. Luxury shops gleam faint, displays soften to suggestion. The Flatiron points its narrow prow into drizzle. Madison Square Park glimmers, fountain trembling, statues blurred. Soho follows, lofts dripping, boutiques dark, cobbles slick. Tribeca rests quiet, warehouses humming low, jazz spilling faintly from one basement door. The World Trade Center rises, shrouded in haze, windows glowing like a constellation. The Oculus gleams white, ribs running with rain, plaza gleaming at its feet. Figures move with umbrellas, their steps careful, their shadows long. Then the Battery again, green and silver, tree and lamp, sea and mist. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. Time is no longer measured. The city is infinite. Every loop feels both familiar and new. Each bridge a memory retold. Each avenue a verse sung again with subtle difference. You could drive for hours more, and perhaps you already have. The rain will not stop. The lamps will not fail. The roads will never end. You breathe deeply. Your body loosens. The rhythm holds you. The car hums. The wipers sweep. The rain falls. And you continue. The rain has not paused once since you first began. It is steady, endless, the quiet percussion of the night. You drive without hurry, carried as much by rhythm as by direction. The lamps mark your way, halos in mist, reflections stretched wide across asphalt. The wipers sweep their arcs, clearing and blurring in equal measure. The car hums steadily beneath you, like a companion breathing. The West Side Highway carries you forward, the Hudson to your left, restless and silver. Water meets water there, drops joining the river, circles spreading outward without end. Across the black surface, reflections tremble, towers of light, strings of lamps, the faint red blink of distant aircraft. The Palisades stand low and dark beyond, shoulders softened into silhouette. Each pier you pass leans into current, ropes taut, decks slick with rain. Some glow faintly, offices still lit, workers bent over desks. Others lie quiet, windows dark, machines at rest. Yet all are part of the same city, part of the same dream. Chelsea greets you, its warehouses broad and low, windows blurred with fog. The High Line rises dark, plants jeweled, rails dripping. A mural stretches along brick, colors softened by water, edges blurred into watercolor. It feels painted again tonight, painted by rain. Hudson Yards glimmers faintly after, towers vast, crowns lost in mist. The vessel glows copper, surface streaked, every curve gleaming under drizzle. It seems alive, breathing with weather. The avenue bends, lamps repeat, reflections stretch. The rhythm carries you onward. Midtown gathers like a lantern behind gauze. Times Square pulses faintly, screens smeared by mist, crowds softened into shadow. Taxi lights streak. Umbrellas gather and scatter. Neon flows down pavement like rivers of color. Yet even here, the storm hushes everything. Noise folds into rain. Urgency folds into rhythm. Fifth Avenue pulls you south. Shops gleam faintly, displays blurred. The Flatiron's narrow prow cuts into drizzle, stone dripping, windows streak. Madison Square Park glows faintly, fountain trembling, trees heavy with drops. The city breathes slowly, lulled by weather. Downtown follows, its towers darker, its canyons deeper. Tribeca hums quietly, warehouses dripping, streets echoing with soft percussion of water. A jazz bar glows faintly, door closed, trumpet notes seeping out like smoke. The sound fades almost instantly into rain, leaving only rhythm. The World Trade Center looms, crown hidden, base glowing steady. The oculus gleams white, ribs jeweled with rivulets. plaza shining silver. Figures drift beneath umbrellas, shadows and halos of lamps. Each reflection cools, then breaks, then vanishes. At the Battery, trees bow under weight of water. Benches gleam. The harbor spreads beyond, restless, its surface broken by drops. Lady Liberty is only silhouette, her torch a dim star behind veils of rain. She is still. She is steady. She is timeless. You take the FDR north. The East River flows beside, restless. Reflections sliding, bridges spanning in intervals. Brooklyn Bridge glows behind, Williamsburg ahead, each one jeweled with drops. Cables glisten, towers vanish into haze, lamps line their spans like threads of gold. Traffic is light, no more than shadows moving, headlights shimmering red and white. The car moves easily, unhurried. The road has become endless, yet gentle. Every block is a verse. Every bridge is a refrain. Every drop is part of the same song. The wipers sweep. The car hums. The rain falls. And you continue. The avenues of Midtown fade behind as the FDR curves upward. The lamps grow fewer. Shadows gather. Bridges step across the river like silver gates. The Manhattan Bridge appears first. Cables strung with droplets. Lamps glowing faint against steel. You glide beneath. Beams dripping. Echoes hollow. The cars hum, filling the space until it opens again to sky. The Williamsburg Bridge follows. Broader, bolder, its towers rising into fog. Rain streaks down steel, running along cables, collecting in rivulets that fall to pavement below. The ascent carries you upward, tires humming, wipers sweeping, lamps marching in rhythm. From the crest, Manhattan stretches west in blurred towers. Brooklyn sprawls east in softened glow. The river lies restless beneath, water weaving endless patterns. Descending, the lower east side receives you again. Narrow streets glisten, brick facades dripping, fire escapes gleaming like black lace. Shops glow faintly, kitchens alive with steam, voices murmuring behind fogged windows. You pass slowly, allowing each glow to linger, allowing each reflection to fade. Chinatown gathers beneath lanterns blurred by water. Signs glow crimson and jade, colors softened by drizzle. Steam rolls from open doors, mingling with mist, carrying spices and broth into air. Bicycles lean against railings, wheels wet, frames shining. A figure bends to cover a cart with plastic, droplets racing down its surface in silver lines. The rhythm of life is quieter here, slowed by rain, softened by night. The road leads you south to the seaport. The piers stretch out, their lamps glowing faint at the ends. Ships rest moored, ropes taut, hulls dripping. The East River heaves beneath them, surface broken by drops, reflections scattering. The skyline rises across the water, Brooklyn glowing faint, lamps scattered like embers. The Brooklyn Bridge looms above again, towers timeless, arches vast. You drift beneath, arches echoing, water dripping, sound softened into rhythm. The financial district narrows, towers looming, stone walls glistening. Flags hang limp in damp air. Steps gleam silver beneath lamps. Wall Street is hushed, silent, but for rain. A lone figure hurries under umbrella, footsteps splashing, fading quickly. Battery Park spreads once more, lawns shining, trees heavy with drops, benches glowing under lamps. The harbor lies restless beyond, ferries moving slow, horns sounding low, their lights trailing ribbons across water. Lady Liberty stands distant, her torch a faint glow, her silhouette softened to dream. You breathe deeply, letting the vastness sink into you. The city, the sea, the rain, all one rhythm. North again, the West Side Highway carries you along the Hudson. Traffic drifts steady, headlights blurring, taillights glowing red in mirrored streaks. Piers stretch into water. Warehouses loom. Cranes rise black against mist. The river breathes beside you, its surface alive with circles, its reflections trembling endlessly. Chelsea hums faintly, its warehouses dripping, its galleries dark. The High Line gleams above, rails slick, gardens jeweled, paths empty. Hudson Yards towers loom beyond, crowns lost in fog, bases glowing with silver light. The vessel gleams faint copper, rain streaking its surface, lamps glowing within. The city moves, yet does not hurry. The rain makes everything gentle. You drift through Times Square again. Billboards glowing faint, colors smeared across wet streets. Pedestrians cross slowly, their umbrellas a sea of muted tones. Taxi roofs gleam yellow, headlights paint rivers down asphalt. Noise has folded into rain, urgency into rhythm. Bryant Park gleams faintly, lions dripping, steps glowing. The Empire State Building rises, crown blurred, windows glowing faint. Fifth Avenue runs south, shop fronts wet, lamps reflecting. The Flatiron gleams at its tip, Madison Square Park shimmering, fountain rippling with drops. Every landmark returns, familiar but new, softened by rain, made infinite by rhythm. The car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue. The hours blur, but the city continues to offer its verses. Each turn is familiar, yet it feels new in the softness of rain. The lamps repeat their steady rhythm, stretching ahead like beads on a string. The reflections shimmer, scatter, vanish, and reform. The car hums beneath you, faithful, steady. The wipers sweep in patient arcs, joining the song. You rise once more into Harlem. Brownstones line the streets, steps gleaming, railings dripping silver. A corner store glows, shelves lined, clerk leaning heavily against the counter. From a basement window, piano notes drift upward, softened by rain, as if each key were another drop joining the storm. The music fades quickly, leaving only rhythm. At the Harlem River, bridges step across narrow water, their lamps glowing faint halos, their steel streaked with rivulets. The Bronx rises beyond, towers softened, lamps scattered across mist. You follow the curve, letting the city guide you without thought. The George Washington Bridge greets you again, vast and silver, cables glistening like strings of pearls. The climb is steady, tires humming, lamps marching into fog. From the crest, the Hudson spreads infinite, restless circles rippling across its surface. New Jersey glows faintly opposite, its lights trembling in water. Southward, Manhattan stretches endless, towers dimmed, softened into dream. Descending, Inwood welcomes you with porches glowing faint, gardens dripping, windows fogged with warmth. A diner hums at a corner, a handful of guests gathered close. Steam curls against glass, lights halo against mist. You drift past, letting it fade. Queens waits again across the river. The Triborough Bridge carries you gently there, its towers patient, its lamps glowing in fog. The ascent is slow, the descent softer. The East River flows restless beneath, lights trailing silver across its back. Houses spread wide, porches wet, lamps steady over steps. Shops scatter faint glow, a barber shop quiet, chairs lined, a bakery shuttered, awning dripping, a grocery buzzing softly, clerk dozing behind the counter. Every detail is softened. Every detail belongs to the same rhythm. Flushing Meadows appears once more, fields shimmering, Unisphere gleaming faintly in drizzle. Its arcs are jeweled, its continents blurred by rivulets. It stands timeless, part of the storm, part of the city's dream. Southward, the Belt Parkway guides you to water again. The bay spreads dark, restless, lamps scattered faint along its edge. Ships rest anchored, their decks glistening, their horns sounding low. Rain falls steady on waves, circles spreading, merging, vanishing. The causeway carries you across Jamaica Bay. Reeds sway, jeweled with droplets, whispering faintly as the wind moves through them. Birds stir in the dark, wings beating against drizzle, cries fading quickly. The lamps line the road, halos trembling on water. It feels like floating, like being carried across the night by the rain itself. The Rockaways emerge again, narrow strip between sea and bay. Houses line the shore, their porches dripping, their lamps faint against storm. The boardwalk gleams, planks silvered, waves roaring faint beyond. The Atlantic spreads endless, horizon lost, sky and sea stitched by water. You pause inwardly. Here, the storm is deeper, its voice louder, but still steady, still gentle. The surf rolls and retreats, rolls again, an eternal rhythm. It joins the car's hum. The wipers sweep. The rains fall. It all becomes one song. The wipers sweep. The car hums. The rain falls, and you continue. The ocean fades behind as the road curves back inland. Queens receives you once more with long avenues, houses lined shoulder to shoulder, lamps steady, reflections stretching across pavement. The neighborhoods hum faintly, a bus sighing to a stop, doors opening, passengers stepping carefully into umbrellas and mist. A corner bar glowing, neon pink and blue smearing across puddles. A dog barking once from a porch before retreating into shadow. The rain is lighter here, softened to mist, drifting through the glow of lamps. It blurs edges, smooth sound, makes the night feel infinite. You pass a mural painted on brick, a rising sun in crimson and gold. Rain streaks its surface, makes it shimmer as though moving. For a moment, it seems alive, then fades back to stone as you roll forward. The Grand Central Parkway carries you west. Traffic is light, headlights smearing into white lines, tail lights glowing red in ribbons. The road hums beneath you, steady, unbroken. Above, airplanes descend through low cloud, their lights blinking like patient stars, their sound muted by weather. The Triborough Bridge greets you once again, its lamps stretched across fog, its steel jeweled with water. You climb slowly, the city opening around you. Manhattan glowing faint, Bronx resting quiet, Queens stretching wide, Brooklyn softened in haze. Rivers weave between them all, restless and silver. From the crest, you breathe deeper, then descend gently into the island again. East Harlem lies quiet, narrow streets glistening, brownstones lined with dripping trees. Shops hum softly, a bakery closed, its awning dripping, a grocery open, clerk leaning against counter, a restaurant glowing, steam rising into drizzle. Music drifts faint from a window. Violin notes this time, sweet and patient, carried upward into night. They fade quickly into rain. Central Park waits nearby, vast and dark, trees heavy with drops, paths glimmering silver. Benches gleam under lamps, statues wear rivulets, fountains ripple endlessly. The park breathes with the storm, timeless, patient. You drive its edge slowly, letting the stillness sink into you. Midtown gathers once more. The Empire State Building glows faint through haze, crown lost, windows shimmering. Bryant Park glimmers, lions dripping, steps gleaming. Times Square pulses quietly, billboards streaked, umbrellas tilting, taxi roofs gleaming. Even here, noise is softened, urgency hushed. The Flatiron stands at its prow, dripping stone, windows blurred. Madison Square Park glows faint, fountain trembling, trees bowed. Soho's cobbles gleam, boutiques shuttered, lofts glistening. Tribeca's warehouses hum low, jazz spilling faintly from a basement door. The World Trade Center looms, crown hidden, ribs of the Oculus streaming with water, plaza glowing silver. The Battery spreads after, green and dark, trees nodding, benches dripping, harbor restless. The Statue of Liberty remains in silhouette, her torch dim, her presence eternal. The harbor breathes, the car hums, the wipers sweep, the rain falls, and you continue.